Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The clock's hands ticked, but the time remained unchanged. My feet traced the worn path on the carpet, a route walked 1,000 times, yet today it seemed longer, endlessly stretching beyond the walls. The mirror reflected the room, I think, but the angle was slightly off, like a page torn from a book. I rubbed my eyes, trying to align the misfit images. The familiar scent of coffee rose from the kitchen, unfurling memories of mornings gone by. My hand reached for the mug, expecting warmth, meeting only cold porcelain. The cup was full when I set it down, now empty. The carpet beneath my feet tells its own story through the threadbare patches worn into the fibers. The path leads from the kitchen doorway to the window, then back again, a triangle of anxiety etched into the weave. I remember buying this carpet with someone whose face grows hazier each time I try to summon it. We argued about the color sage green or forest green. The salesperson waited patiently while we debated, her smile never wavering. Now the green has faded to something between moss and shadow, and I can't recall which of us won that argument, or if it mattered at all. The window draws me back repeatedly, though what I'm looking for remains unclear. The glass is clean, too clean, as if someone polished away fingerprints or breath marks that might have told a different story. Beyond the pane, the yard stretches in neat lines. The garden bed runs along the fence, filled with plants I don't remember planting. Roses, maybe, though they look more like thorns from this distance. The mailbox stands at attention by the gate, its red flag down, suggesting emptiness or perhaps secrets already collected. My coffee mug sits on the counter, white ceramic with a chip near the handle. The chip is new, or perhaps I never noticed it before. The coffee inside has grown cold, a skin forming across the surface like ice on a pond. I don't remember making coffee this morning, yet here it is, dark and bitter when I taste it. The grounds in the filter are still damp, evidence of recent brewing, but my memory holds no record of measuring, pouring, waiting for the familiar gurgle that signals completion. The refrigerator hums a tune I've grown to hate, a mechanical lullaby that never ends. Inside, the shelves hold food for 2 people, yogurt cups in pairs, a carton of milk too large for one person to finish before it sours, leftovers in containers marked with dates in handwriting that isn't mine. The handwriting is careful, deliberate, each letter formed with the precision of someone who takes notes in meetings or writes grocery lists that never get lost. My own writing sprawls across pages like spilled water, but these labels march in perfect formation. The answering machine blinks red in the corner, its digital display showing 3 messages. I press play and listen to my own voice asking callers to leave a message, but the voice sounds younger somehow, more certain. The first message is a dial tone, the second breathing that stretches too long before the line goes dead. The third message is my voice again, but I'm calling my own number, asking if anyone is home, asking if I remember to lock the doors. I don't remember making that call. The bedroom door stands slightly ajar, revealing a slice of unmade bed. The sheets are twisted, suggesting restless sleep or perhaps a struggle to find comfort. 2 pillows rest against the headboard, both showing the impression of heads, though I sleep alone now. I've always slept alone, I think, though the second pillow argues otherwise. The dresser mirror reflects the bed at an angle that makes the room appear larger than it is, creating the illusion of space that doesn't exist. Photographs line the hallway, but faces have been carefully removed from each frame, not torn out in anger, but cut with precision, leaving perfect circles of emptiness where smiles once lived. The The backgrounds remain intact: beaches, restaurants, what appears to be a wedding reception based on the white tablecloths and flowers. I remember the camera's weight in my hands, the satisfaction of capturing moments worth preserving. Now the moments remain, but the people have vanished as cleanly as if they never existed. The basement door key hangs on a hook by the kitchen sink, though I don't recall installing a lock on that door. The key is old brass, worn smooth by countless fingers, and it feels warm when I touch it despite the cool air. Below I can hear sounds that might be the furnace cycling or might be something else entirely. Footsteps perhaps, though that seems impossible. The basement has always been my space, filled with boxes of things I couldn't bear to throw away but couldn't stand to see every day. My journal sits open on the kitchen table, though I don't remember leaving it there. The pages are filled with my handwriting, but the words describe days I don't recall living. Entries about conversations with someone whose name has been carefully blotted out with black ink. References to arguments, reconciliations, shared meals, and quiet evenings watching movies whose titles have also been obscured. The ink is fresh in some places, as if I've been editing my own memories, removing evidence of a life I'm no longer sure I lived. The telephone rings, startling me from my reading. The caller ID shows my own number, which seems impossible since I'm standing in my own kitchen holding my own phone. I answer anyway, hearing only the sound of someone breathing, waiting. When I speak, asking who's there, my voice echoes back to me through the receiver, delayed by just enough seconds to create a conversation with myself. I hang up, but the phone rings again immediately. The medicine cabinet in the bathroom holds bottles with labels I can't quite read, though they seem familiar. The prescription names blur when I try to focus on them, like words seen underwater. Some bottles are full, others nearly empty, suggesting a routine I don't remember following. The mirror above the sink shows my reflection, but something is wrong with the perspective. I appear too tall, or perhaps the mirror hangs too low, creating the impression that I'm looking down at myself from an impossible angle. The closet holds clothes for two people, though I live alone. The second set of clothing is smaller, more delicate, hanging with the careful spacing of someone who values order. Dresses I would never wear, shoes too small for my feet, a jewelry box that plays a tune I recognize but can't name. When I touch these items, they feel familiar, as if my hands have folded these clothes before, as if I've fastened these necklaces around someone's neck in front of this very mirror. The kitchen table bears ring stains from 2 coffee cups, though only one sits there now. The stains are old, set deep into the wood finish, suggesting years of shared mornings. Across from my chair, the other seat shows wear patterns consistent with regular use. The cushion is compressed in the shape of someone smaller than me, someone who sat here daily, perhaps reading the paper while I cooked breakfast or made coffee or performed the small rituals that bind 2 lives together. My car keys rest by the front door, but I don't remember driving anywhere recently. The odometer shows miles I don't recall traveling, and the passenger seat is adjusted for someone shorter than me. A coffee cup sits in the holder, lipstick stains around the rim in a shade I don't own. The radio is tuned to a station that plays music I don't recognize, though the melodies seem to know me, triggering emotions I can't name or place. The garden outside shows signs of recent care, though I don't remember tending it. The soil around the roses has been disturbed, freshly turned as if something was recently planted or perhaps removed. The tools in the shed are clean but show evidence of used dirt under the fingernails of the gloves, mud caked on the spade's blade. A wheelbarrow sits by the back fence, empty now but bearing stains that could be soil or could be something else entirely. The living room furniture is arranged for conversation between 2 people, chairs angled toward each other with a small table between them. 2 wine glasses sit on the table, one empty, one still holding a few drops of red wine that has begun to darken around the edges. The television remote rests on the arm of the chair I never sit in, programmed to channels I don't watch, shows I don't remember enjoying but somehow know by heart. My reflection in the darkened television screen shows someone I recognize but don't quite remember being. The face is familiar, but the expression is wrong, too calm for someone who should be concerned about missing time, missing memories, missing pieces of a life that feels both foreign and intimately known. Behind my reflection, the room appears different, furniture arranged in ways that don't match what I see when I turn around. The basement key grows heavier in my hand as evening approaches, its brass surface now almost hot to the touch. The sounds from below have grown more distinct, less like mechanical noise and more like movement with purpose. I know I should go down there, should confront whatever waits in that space I've avoided examining too closely. But the key feels like it weighs more than it should, like it carries the weight of answers I'm not sure I want to find. The clock on the wall continues its relentless ticking, but when I check the time against my watch, the numbers don't align. One of them is lying, but I can't determine which. Time seems negotiable here, flexible in ways that should be impossible but feel increasingly natural. The coffee in my mug is hot again, though I don't remember reheating it, and the taste is exactly as I like it, prepared by hands that know my preferences better than I know them myself. Story 2. It was the kind of thing you might overlook a quiet feature of the street, nothing extraordinary. Each morning a paper lay neatly on the doorstep, wrapped, undisturbed, a testament to routine. Every seventh day the paper would ruffle in the breeze, a corner slightly lifted, as if a whisper from the wind had stirred it. But last Sunday the paper stayed flat, untouched by the breeze, an unbroken seal. Yesterday I noticed the edges looked sharper, as though realigned. Today I find it missing altogether. The mailbox stands at an angle now, tilted just enough to catch my attention when I pass. Its green paint has faded to the color of old moss, and the metal flag hangs at half-mast, though no mail waits inside. I remember when it stood perfectly upright, how the morning sun would catch its surface and throw a small rectangle of light onto the porch boards. The shadow it casts has shifted 3 inches to the left, a detail that shouldn't matter but somehow does. When I mentioned this to my neighbor, she looked at me strangely and said the mailbox had always lain that way. The front window reflects my face as I peer through it, but something in the glass distorts my features. My eyes appear darker than usual, set deeper in their sockets. The window itself seems smaller than I remembered, though the measurements couldn't have changed. Inside, I can make out the shape of furniture covered in white sheets, ghostly forms that suggest a couch, a table, perhaps a lamp. The sheets are pristine, without a speck of dust, as if someone has been tending to them regularly. Yet the house has been empty for months. A key rests under the 3rd flower pot from the left, exactly where it was supposed to be. The metal feels warm against my palm despite the cool morning air, and it fits the lock with a smoothness that suggests frequent use. The weight of it surprises me heavier than a typical house key, with teeth that seem more complex than necessary. When I turn it, the lock opens without resistance, without the grinding protest I expected from a door that hasn't been opened in so long. The sound it makes is almost musical, a soft click that echoes longer than it should. Inside, the air tastes of vanilla and something else I can't identify, something medicinal, perhaps, or chemical. The scent doesn't match the abandoned feeling I expected. It's too fresh, too deliberately pleasant, like a candle that was blown out only moments before my arrival. I breathe deeply, trying to place the underlying odor, but it slips away each time I think I've identified it. The combination reminds me of a hospital room dressed up for visitors, sterile comfort masquerading as home. The living room carpet shows indentations where furniture once stood, but the patterns don't match the covered shapes I see now. 4 circular depressions mark where a coffee table's legs pressed into the fibers, yet the table under the sheet is rectangular. The indentations form a perfect square, as if someone measured the distance between each mark. I kneel and press my finger into one of the depressions. The carpet springs back immediately, as though the weight was removed recently, not months ago. A photograph sits face down on the mantelpiece, its frame catching the light that filters through the covered window. When I turn it over, the glass is cracked in a spider web pattern that radiates from the center, but the image underneath remains clear. It shows a family gathered around a birthday cake, their faces bright with celebration. The crack makes it impossible to see the face of the person blowing out the candles, as if the glass deliberately obscures that particular detail. I count the other faces, 7 people, all smiling, all looking toward the hidden figure at the center. The kitchen faucet drips with mechanical precision, each drop falling exactly 3 seconds after the last. I watch the rhythm for several minutes, timing it against my heartbeat, and the consistency is unsettling. Water stains the white porcelain sink in concentric circles, like rings in a tree trunk marking the passage of time. The refrigerator hums quietly, though it should have been unplugged months ago. When I open it, the light comes on, illuminating shelves that are completely empty except for a single glass of water sitting on the middle shelf. The water is perfectly clear, without a bubble or particle floating in it. Upstairs, the floorboards creak in a pattern I recognize but can't place. Each step produces a different note, as if the house is playing a melody only I can hear. The sound follows me even when I stand still, continuing for several beats after I stop moving. The hallway stretches longer than it should, with doors that seem to multiply as I walk. I count them once and find 5, then count again and find 7. The numbers don't add up to the house's exterior dimensions, but I continue walking anyway. The bedroom at the end of the hall smells of lavender and sleep, though the bed is made with military precision. The corners of the sheets are folded into perfect hospital corners, and the pillows are fluffed to identical heights. A depression in the mattress suggests someone has been sleeping here recently, the shape still holding the memory of a body. I press my hand into the depression and feel residual warmth, as if the sleeper left only moments before my arrival. The pillow still holds the faint outline of a head, and when I lean close, I catch the scent of unfamiliar shampoo. A diary lies open on the nightstand, its pages filled with handwriting I almost recognize. The ink is fresh, still slightly wet in places, and the words describe daily routines that mirror my own observations of this house. The entries are dated, but the dates make no sense. Some are from the future, others from decades past. The handwriting changes subtly from entry to entry, as if different people have been writing in the same book. One entry describes watching someone peer through the front window, noting how their reflection looked distorted and strange. The bathroom mirror reflects a room that doesn't match the one I'm standing in. The wallpaper in the reflection is blue with tiny flowers, while the actual walls are painted white. I move my hand and my reflection moves with me, but there's a slight delay, as if the image is traveling a greater distance to reach the glass. When I lean closer, I notice that my reflection's clothes are different, older, more worn, as if I'm looking at myself from another time. The reflection smiles when I'm not smiling, and for a moment I wonder which version is real. Downstairs again, I notice the covered furniture has shifted. The sheet over the couch has slipped, revealing an armrest that's different from what I glimpsed before. This one is leather instead of fabric, worn smooth by years of use. I pull away more of the sheet and find a couch I've never seen before, yet something about it feels familiar. The cushions are arranged as if someone just stood up from them, and a warm spot on the middle cushion suggests recent occupation. I sit down and find that the couch fits my body perfectly, as if it was chosen specifically for me. The telephone in the kitchen rings with an old-fashioned sound, mechanical and insistent. I let it ring 7 times before answering, and when I pick up the receiver, I hear only breathing on the other end. The breathing is steady and calm, not threatening but deliberately present. I say hello several times, but the breathing continues unchanged. Just before I hang up, I hear a voice that might be my own saying words I don't remember speaking. The line goes dead with a click that echoes through the empty house. A calendar on the kitchen wall shows a month I don't recognize, with dates that follow no logical sequence. Some squares contain multiple numbers, others are blank, and a few show symbols I've never seen before. Red circles mark certain dates, but I can't determine the pattern. Today's date, whatever today is, appears to be circled in black ink that's still wet. When I touch it, the ink smears across my finger, staining it with a darkness that won't wash off under the kitchen faucet. The basement door stands slightly ajar, though I'm certain it was closed when I first entered the house. Cool air rises from below, carrying the scent of earth and something else, something organic and slightly sweet. The wooden steps creak under my weight, but the sound seems to come from above me rather than below, as if someone else is walking on the floor I just left. At the bottom of the stairs, I find a room that's larger than the house's foundation should allow, stretching away into shadows that my eyes can't penetrate. Storage boxes line the basement walls, each one labeled with dates and descriptions in the same shifting handwriting I found in the diary upstairs. Some boxes are marked with my name, though I have no memory of storing anything here. When I open one, I find photographs of myself in places I've never been, wearing clothes I don't own. In one photo, I'm standing in this very basement, looking directly at the camera with an expression I don't recognize on my own face. The timestamp on the photo shows it was taken today. A workbench in the corner holds tools arranged with obsessive precision, each one outlined in white paint so its proper position is unmistakable. The tools are clean and well maintained, recently used but carefully cleaned. A thin layer of sawdust covers the bench surface, and in it I can make out the impression of my hands based on the size and shape, though I have no memory of working here. The sawdust smells of pine and something else, something that makes my throat tighten when I breathe it in. Back upstairs, the light has changed, though I can't tell if it's growing brighter or dimmer. The covered furniture seems to have moved again, rearranging itself while I was in the basement. The sheet over what I thought was a lamp now covers something much larger, something that reaches nearly to the ceiling. When I pull the sheet away, I find a grandfather clock that wasn't there before. Its pendulum swings with hypnotic regularity, but the hands on its face point to numbers that don't correspond to any time system I know. The front door stands open now, though I remember closing it behind me when I entered. Through the doorway I can see the street, but it looks different, older somehow, as if I'm viewing it through a filter that removes all the modern elements. The cars parked along the curb are models I don't recognize, and the streetlights have a different shape. A figure stands at the end of the block, too far away to make out clearly, but something about their posture suggests they're watching the house. When I blink, the figure is gone, but the feeling of being observed remains. The missing newspaper lies on the coffee table now, folded open to a page I didn't see before. The headlines describe events that haven't happened yet, or perhaps events I don't remember happening. My name appears in one of the articles, associated with a story that makes no sense. The text shifts as I read it, words rearranging themselves into new meanings, new possibilities. The date on the newspaper is today, but also yesterday, and somehow tomorrow as well. I close the paper and set it down, but when I look again, it's gone. In its place sits a single key, identical to the one I found under the flower pot, but somehow different, newer, as if it's just been cut. The key is warm to the touch and seems to pulse with its own rhythm, matching the beat of my heart. I know, without understanding how I know, that this key opens a door I haven't found yet, a door that's been waiting for me to discover it. Outside, the mailbox has straightened itself, and a new paper waits on the doorstep, wrapped and undisturbed, ready to begin the cycle again. Story 3. It sounded like water hitting porcelain, a single drop, sharp and clear, resonating like a note played in a silent concert hall. I lingered by the doorway, my hand gracing the cool metal of the knob, suddenly aware of its weight against my palm. The rhythm was inconsistent, each droplet marking time in a place that should have been soundless. I stepped inside, guided by the echo that clashed with the stillness of the room, only to find the sink as dry as a desert bone. The air hung heavy with a scent, not of water, but something sweet that did not belong. It was the very same drip I had tried to forget from a night when everything went wrong. I shouldn't have been able to recall it, but the sound left me with no choice. The faucet gleamed under the fluorescent light, its chrome surface unmarred by water stains or soap residue. I reached out to touch the handle, feeling the perfect smoothness of metal that hadn't been turned in days, perhaps weeks. Yet the sound persisted, that methodical percussion that spoke of a leak somewhere beyond my understanding. The fixture appeared brand new, installed with precision that suggested careful attention to detail. Someone had taken great care to ensure it functioned perfectly, which made the phantom dripping all the more unsettling. I twisted the handle anyway, hearing the grinding of mechanisms that moved reluctantly, as if they remembered being forced into silence. The medicine cabinet mirror reflected my face in fragments, its surface cracked in a spider web pattern that radiated from a central impact point. I studied the break, noting how the force had been applied from the inside, as though something had struck it from within the cabinet itself. My reflection multiplied across the shattered glass, creating a kaleidoscope of eyes and mouths that seemed to belong to different versions of myself. The crack followed a peculiar pattern, one that reminded me of the branching veins in a leaf, or perhaps the tributaries of a river system viewed from great height. Behind the broken mirror, prescription bottles stood in neat rows, their labels facing inward where I couldn't read them. The towels hung with mathematical precision, each fold aligned with the others in a display that suggested obsessive care. They were pristine white, hospital clean, bearing no trace of actual use despite their prominent placement on the rack. I lifted one corner and felt the stiffness of fabric that had been bleached and pressed, but never truly employed for its intended purpose. The texture reminded me of bandages, that same sterile roughness against skin. Beneath the chemical cleanliness, I detected something else, a faint metallic scent that clung to the fibers like a memory refusing to fade. The floor tiles formed a checkerboard pattern in black and white, each square perfectly aligned with its neighbors in a design that drew the eye toward the center of the room. Several tiles near the bathtub showed signs of recent replacement, their grout lines fresher and whiter than the aged mortar surrounding the older squares. Someone had taken considerable effort to match the original pattern, but the new tiles reflected light differently, creating subtle variations in shade that revealed their recent installation. I knelt and ran my fingers along the seam where old met new, feeling the slight elevation where the replacement work hadn't quite achieved the original level. The bathtub dominated the far wall, its porcelain surface gleaming with the kind of cleanliness that suggested recent and thorough attention. The drain cover had been removed and replaced, evidenced by fresh scratches around the screw holes where a tool had slipped during installation. The overflow drain sat higher than standard, positioned at an angle that would have made bathing uncomfortable for anyone of average height. Water stains marked the interior walls in perfect horizontal lines, as if someone had filled and emptied the tub repeatedly, testing its capacity at various levels. The faucet here matched the sink's pristine condition, yet I could swear I heard that phantom dripping growing stronger as I approached. The shower curtain hung in perfect pleats, its plastic surface bearing a pattern of small flowers that seemed cheerful in daylight but took on a different character under the harsh bathroom lighting. Several of the metal rings showed signs of recent replacement, their finish brighter than the aged brass of their companions. The curtain itself had been hung inside out, with the seam facing the room rather than the tub, creating an odd visual disturbance that suggested hasty installation. When I touched the plastic, it felt sticky, as though something had been spilled on it and cleaned away imperfectly. The light switch plate bore fingerprints that had been partially wiped away, leaving ghostly smudges that caught the illumination at certain angles. The screws holding the plate to the wall had been recently disturbed, their slots showing fresh scratches from a screwdriver blade. Behind the switch, I could hear the faint humming of electrical current, a sound that seemed louder than it should have been in such a small space. The switch itself moved with the loose action of a mechanism that had been disassembled and reassembled, never quite achieving its original tight operation. The ventilation fan in the ceiling operated with a rhythmic clicking that matched no mechanical pattern I recognized. Its cover showed signs of recent removal, with dust lines marking where it had previously sat undisturbed for months or years. The motor housing beyond the grille appeared newer than the surrounding fixture, as though the entire mechanism had been replaced while keeping the original cover. The sound it produced reminded me of fingernails tapping against wood, a nervous habit that spoke of anxiety and impatience. The wastebasket sat empty except for a single tissue that had been carefully placed at the bottom, its surface bearing the faint impression of lipstick in a shade I didn't recognize. The container itself showed no signs of regular use, its liner crisp and new, installed with the kind of precision that suggested theatrical preparation rather than practical necessity. The tissue had been folded with deliberate care, creating sharp creases that formed a pattern resembling origami. When I lifted it, the paper felt damp despite the dry air of the room. The door frame bore scratches at shoulder height, as though someone had repeatedly brushed against it while carrying something bulky through the narrow opening. The marks were fresh, cutting through layers of paint to reveal the raw wood beneath. The door itself hung slightly crooked, its hinges adjusted to compensate for a settling that had occurred recently and suddenly. The lock mechanism showed signs of frequent use, its brass finish worn smooth by repeated turning. A small piece of tape had been placed over the strike plate, muffling the sound of the latch engaging. The window above the sink had been painted shut, its sash sealed with multiple coats of white paint that had been applied hastily, leaving drip marks and brush strokes visible in the dried surface. The glass itself bore a spider web crack that originated from a small impact point near the center, suggesting something had struck it from inside the room. Beyond the damaged pane, I could see the outline of a tree branch that would have made contact during strong winds, yet the break pattern indicated force applied from within rather than without. The electrical outlet near the mirror had been recently used, evidenced by scuff marks around the plug openings and a faint burning smell that lingered in the surrounding air. The cover plate sat slightly askew, as though it had been removed and replaced in haste. Behind the outlet, I could hear the subtle crackling of electrical activity that suggested a heavy load had been drawn through the circuit recently. The ground fault interrupter button protruded slightly, indicating it had been tripped and reset within recent memory. The heating vent in the baseboard had been partially blocked with what appeared to be cloth material, creating an obstruction that would have reduced airflow and caused the system to work harder than necessary. The register cover showed scratches where it had been pried open, and the ductwork beyond appeared to have been accessed recently. A faint chemical odor emanated from the blocked opening, mixing cleaning solvents with the metallic scent of the ventilation system itself. The soap dispenser mounted beside the sink contained a liquid that appeared too thick for ordinary hand soap, its consistency more like syrup than the thin cleansers typically found in such fixtures. The pump mechanism operated with difficulty, as though the contents had begun to congeal around the internal workings. When I pressed the lever, the substance that emerged had an unusual pink tinge that didn't match any commercial soap I recognized. The scent was overwhelmingly floral, masking something underneath that reminded me of hospitals. The ceiling showed water stains in patterns that didn't correspond to any plumbing lines I could identify in the floor plan above. The discoloration formed irregular shapes that suggested liquid had pooled and dried repeatedly over an extended period. Fresh paint had been applied over some of the stains, but the moisture had already begun to bleed through the new coating, creating ghost images of the original damage. The texture of the ceiling itself appeared disturbed, as though sections had been cut and patched back together. The grout lines between the wall tiles had been recently sealed with a substance that didn't match the original installation. The new material appeared darker and had been applied with less precision than professional work would typically demonstrate. In several places, the sealant had been over-applied, creating raised ridges that caught dust and debris. The pattern of resealing suggested water damage that had been addressed hastily, without proper preparation of the underlying surface. The phantom dripping continued as I stood in the center of the room, trying to locate its source among all these carefully arranged details. Each element I examined seemed to whisper of recent activity, of changes made in haste and concealed with varying degrees of success. The room felt like a stage set, prepared for a performance that had already concluded, leaving only these props as evidence of what had transpired. Yet the sound persisted, that rhythmic percussion that spoke of water falling where no water should be, marking time in a space that had been scrubbed clean of its secrets, but couldn't silence the echoes of what it had witnessed. Story 4. Dawn light filtered through the blinds, casting uneven stripes across the living room. The faint tick-tock of the grandfather clock filled the air, steady yet disconcertingly offbeat. The aroma of brewed coffee clung to the stillness, mingled with the scent of polished wood. Everything was as it should be except for the clock. Its hands pointed not to the passage of time, but to dates past, present, future, each a whisper of something forgotten or yet to occur. I've been staring at that clock for weeks now, or maybe months. The coffee grows cold in my hands while I try to remember when I first noticed the hands had changed, when they stopped marking hours and started marking something else entirely. The woman next door waters her garden every morning. I watch her through the kitchen window, the way she moves between the rows of tomatoes and herbs. Her movements are precise, methodical. She never looks toward my house, but I know she's aware of me watching. There's something in the way she pauses at the fence line, her hand hovering over the latch that separates our properties. I found the first note tucked under my windshield wiper. Simple block letters on white paper. You know what you did. No signature, no return address. I kept it in my jacket pocket for days, pulling it out during quiet moments, studying the handwriting. The paper felt expensive, heavy stock. Someone had taken care with this message. The basement smells different now, damp earth and something metallic that catches in the back of my throat. I've been down there 3 times this week, checking the foundation, looking for cracks or water damage. The concrete walls seem solid enough, but there's a soft spot near the corner where the floor gives slightly under pressure. I should call someone about that. She was wearing a blue dress the last time I saw her, standing by the mailbox at the end of the street, sorting through envelopes with deliberate slowness. When our eyes met, she smiled, not a friendly greeting, but something else. Recognition, maybe, or acknowledgement of a shared secret I couldn't quite place. The police officer who came to my door had kind eyes and worn shoes. He asked about my whereabouts during a specific time frame, pulling out a small notebook with pages that fluttered in the breeze. I answered his questions honestly, or as honestly as I could manage. Memory has a way of shifting, rearranging itself when you're not paying attention. I've been having the same dream repeatedly. I'm digging in the backyard, my hands working through soil that's darker than it should be. The shovel hits something hard and I stop. In the dream, I never look down to see what I've found. I just stand there, frozen, listening to the sound of my own breathing. The second note appeared on my kitchen counter. I don't remember leaving the door unlocked, but there it was, folded neatly beside the sugar bowl. The garden remembers. This time the handwriting looked different, hurried, desperate. My neighbor's tomatoes are thriving this season. Bright red globes hanging heavy on the vine, almost obscenely abundant. She offered me some over the fence, holding out a paper bag with both hands. When I reached for it, our fingers brushed, and her skin felt cold despite the warm afternoon. I thanked her and went inside without looking back. The soft spot in the basement floor has grown larger. Now it's roughly the size of a person lying down. I've been avoiding that corner, but sometimes I catch myself standing at the top of the stairs, listening to the silence below. Houses settle, I tell myself. Old foundations shift and sag. It's perfectly normal. There was blood on my shirt cuff when I woke up yesterday. Just a small stain, barely noticeable, but definitely blood. I searched my hands and arms for cuts, finding nothing. The shirt went into the washing machine immediately, but the stain had already set. Some things don't come clean, no matter how much detergent you use. The woman at the grocery store looked familiar, though I couldn't place where we'd met before. She was buying bleach and plastic sheeting, her cart filled with cleaning supplies. When she saw me watching, she turned away quickly, but not before I caught the fear in her eyes. Or maybe it was guilt. The two emotions look remarkably similar from a distance. I keep thinking about the blue dress, the way it moved in the wind, how the fabric caught the light. She was beautiful in that effortless way some people possess, as if beauty were simply another article of clothing they'd chosen to wear. I wonder if she's still standing by that mailbox, waiting for something that will never come. The third note was different. No words this time, just a photograph, black and white, slightly blurred, showing two figures in what might have been an embrace or a struggle. I studied it for hours, trying to identify the location, the people involved. The more I looked, the less certain I became about what I was seeing. My hands shake sometimes when I'm holding my coffee cup. It started after the police officer's visit, this tremor that comes and goes without warning. I've been drinking less caffeine, getting more sleep, but the shaking persists. Guilt manifests in strange ways, even when you're not sure what you're guilty of. The basement floor has developed a crack running from the soft spot to the far wall. Its hairline thin but growing wider each day. I measured it with a ruler, marking the progression on a piece of paper I keep in my kitchen drawer. The crack grows approximately a quarter inch every few days. At this rate, the entire foundation could be compromised within months. She used to wave when she saw me in the garden, a small gesture, barely more than lifting her hand, but it felt significant somehow, neighborly. Normal. I haven't seen her wave in weeks now. She still tends her plants, but she keeps her head down, focused on her work with an intensity that seems forced. The fourth note contained an address, not my address, but somewhere close by, walking distance. I found myself standing outside the house at dusk, studying the darkened windows, the overgrown lawn. A for sale sign leaned at an angle in the front yard, weather-beaten and faded. The place had been empty for months, maybe longer. I remember now why the woman at the grocery store looked familiar. She was at the house with the for sale sign, loading boxes into a car trunk. This was before the notes started appearing, before the soft spot developed in my basement floor. She was crying then, tears streaming down her face as she worked. I should have offered to help, but something held me back. The clock's hands have moved again. Now they point to dates that don't exist, impossible combinations of numbers that make my head ache when I try to decipher their meaning. I've stopped winding it, but it continues to tick, marking time according to its own mysterious logic. My neighbor brought soup yesterday, tomato made from her garden harvest. She stood on my doorstep with a pot cradled in her arms like a child, steam rising from the lid. Her eyes kept darting toward the basement door, though it was closed and there was nothing to see. We made small talk about the weather, but her voice sounded strained, artificial. The soup tasted metallic. I ate it anyway, spooning the thick liquid into my mouth while she watched from across the kitchen table. She asked about the crack in my basement floor, how did she know about that? And I found myself describing the soft spot, the way the concrete gives under pressure. She nodded as if she understood perfectly. I've been having trouble sleeping, not insomnia exactly, but a restless half-consciousness where dreams bleed into waking thoughts. In this state, I sometimes believe I can hear digging sounds from beneath the house. Scraping, scratching, the methodical rhythm of someone working with hand tools in confined spaces. The fifth note was waiting in my mailbox this morning. She's still down there. The handwriting was mine. I don't remember writing it, but the loops and angles are unmistakably my own. The paper came from the notepad I keep by the telephone, and the ink matches the pen in my shirt pocket. My hands are steady as I hold the note, no tremor at all. For the first time in weeks, I feel completely calm. The woman in the blue dress hasn't been seen around the neighborhood lately. I asked the mailman about her, describing her appearance, her daily routine by the mailboxes. He looked at me strangely and said he'd never seen anyone matching that description. But then, mailmen see so many faces during their routes, it would be easy to forget someone, even someone as memorable as her. The basement floor has split completely. The crack runs wall to wall now, a jagged line that divides the space into two unequal sections. I can see darkness below, a gap that seems to extend further down than the foundation should allow. The air rising from the crack carries that metallic scent, stronger now, almost overwhelming. My neighbor knocked on my door again tonight. She was holding a flashlight and wearing rubber gloves, her face pale in the porch light. She asked if I needed help with anything, if there was work to be done that required two people. Her voice was barely above a whisper, and she kept glancing over her shoulder as if expecting to be overheard. I told her I had everything under control. The lie came easily, naturally, as if I'd been practicing it for weeks. She nodded and walked away, but I watched her from the window. Instead of returning to her own house, she stood in her garden, staring at the ground between the tomato plants. The beam of her flashlight traced patterns in the dark soil, searching for something I couldn't identify from this distance. The clock has stopped ticking. Its hands point nowhere now, frozen between moments that never existed. The silence feels heavier without that steady rhythm, as if the house itself has stopped breathing. I find myself listening for other sounds, footsteps, voices, the whisper of fabric against skin. But there's only silence and the knowledge that some secrets bury themselves so deep they become part of the foundation. The basement floor will need repair soon, but I'm in no hurry. Some cracks are meant to remain open, marking the places where truth and memory intersect in ways that can't be measured or explained. The blue dress is still down there, waiting in the darkness between what happened and what I choose to remember. Story 5. The dining area was inspected at 800 hours, and the meal remained undisturbed on the table. The chairs were aligned perfectly, with negligible shift patterns on the carpet beneath them. No utensils were displaced or bearing any residue of use, indicating a lack of consumption or tampering. The refrigerator maintained its set temperature, with no fluctuations recorded on the internal log. Surveillance footage showed no activity from 1900 hours until the inspection time. All points of entry were confirmed to be secured. The aroma of cooked food lingered, despite the absence of any recent culinary activity. I remember writing that report with absolute certainty. The facts were clean, methodical, undeniable. A meal had been prepared but never eaten. The apartment showed no signs of disturbance. Case closed as far as I was concerned, just another routine inspection that would file away neatly in the system. The woman who lived there had been reported missing by her employer when she failed to show up for work. Standard procedure brought me to her door that morning, badge ready, clipboard in hand. I expected to find evidence of a hurried departure, maybe signs of an argument or struggle. Instead, I found something far more puzzling: absolute stillness. The dining table held a complete meal for two: roasted chicken, still glistening under the overhead light, mashed potatoes in a ceramic bowl, a serving spoon standing upright like a small monument, green beans arranged in neat rows on a platter, 2 wine glasses filled to identical levels with what appeared to be red wine, 2 place settings, each with a cloth napkin folded into perfect triangles. Everything looked ready for a dinner party that never began. I photographed the scene from multiple angles, noting the pristine condition of each item. The chicken showed no carving marks, the vegetables hadn't been touched. Even the wine remained at room temperature, suggesting it had been poured hours earlier and left to sit. My initial assessment was straightforward. The resident had prepared dinner for herself and a guest, then left before eating for reasons unknown. The kitchen told the same story of interrupted preparation. Pots and pans sat clean in the drying rack. The oven was cool to the touch but retained the faint warmth that suggested recent use. A cookbook lay open to a page titled Sunday Dinner for Two, with small pencil marks next to certain ingredients. Everything pointed to careful planning and meticulous execution. I spent 3 hours documenting every detail, measuring distances between objects, checking for fingerprints on surfaces. The apartment felt like a museum exhibit: dinner table, circa unknown, artist unknown. Nothing was out of place. Nothing suggested violence or haste. The missing woman had simply vanished, leaving behind a meal that would never be eaten. But now, months later, I find myself returning to that report with growing unease. It started with a phone call from the building's maintenance supervisor. He mentioned something that hadn't appeared in any of my notes. The apartment's smoke detector had been disconnected. Not removed entirely, just the battery taken out and set on the kitchen counter. I have no memory of seeing that battery, though I'm certain I would have noted such a detail. I pulled the case file and read through my report again. The language strikes me as oddly formal, almost robotic. Negligible shift patterns on the carpet. Did I really write that? I've been filing reports for over a decade, and that phrase sounds foreign to my usual style. Yet there it is, in what appears to be my handwriting. The photographs I took that morning tell a different story than I remember. In one image, the wine glasses appear to be at slightly different levels, not identical as I'd noted. In another, one of the cloth napkins shows a small stain that I somehow missed during my initial inspection. These inconsistencies gnaw at me like a persistent itch. I decided to revisit the building where the apartment was located. The lobby felt smaller than I remembered, darker. The elevator made the same grinding noise it had months ago, but now the sound seemed more ominous than merely mechanical. On the third floor, I stood outside the apartment door and tried to recall my first impression of the scene. The smell hit me immediately when I had entered that morning. Not just the aroma of cooked food, but something else underneath it. Something I had dismissed at the time as cleaning products or air freshener. Now, standing in the hallway, I realize I can't identify what that underlying scent actually was. My memory of the dining room begins to shift as I examine it more closely. The perfect alignment of the chairs seems less like evidence of an undisturbed scene and more like deliberate staging. Who sets a table with such precision? Who folds napkins into identical triangles for a casual dinner at home? The cookbook in the kitchen bothers me most of all. I remember it being open to Sunday dinner for two, but I never verified what day of the week the meal had been prepared. The pencil marks next to certain ingredients looked fresh, as if someone had been planning this specific menu recently. But planning for what and for whom? I try to picture the missing woman in her kitchen, carefully following the recipe, measuring ingredients, checking the cookbook repeatedly. The image feels wrong somehow, like a photograph that's been slightly overexposed. The details are there, but the overall picture lacks clarity. The surveillance footage showed no activity from evening until my morning inspection. I accepted this as confirmation that no one had entered or left the apartment during that window, but surveillance systems have blind spots. Cameras can malfunction. Digital timestamps can be altered. What if the footage I reviewed wasn't as comprehensive as I believed? More troubling is the question of who was expected for dinner. The table was set for 2 people, but I never found any evidence of who the second guest might have been. No text messages on the woman's phone inviting someone over. No calendar entries marking a dinner appointment. No additional coats in the closet or shoes by the door. It was as if she had prepared a meal for a ghost. I begin to wonder if I missed something crucial during my initial inspection. The apartment had felt eerily quiet that morning, but now I question whether that silence was natural or imposed. Had I been so focused on documenting the obvious details that I overlooked more subtle signs of what had really happened? The woman's neighbors described her as quiet, reliable, predictable. She worked regular hours, kept to herself, never caused any disturbances. The kind of person who wouldn't simply vanish without explanation. Yet the evidence in her apartment suggested she had been planning something, preparing for an event that never occurred. Or perhaps it had occurred, just not in the way I originally understood. I find myself questioning not just the scene, but my own role in documenting it. Why do I have so little memory of writing certain parts of my report? Why do some of my photographs show details that contradict my written observations? The more I examine the evidence, the less certain I become about what actually happened in that apartment. The meal itself takes on new significance as I reconsider it. Roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans, comfort food. The kind of meal someone might prepare for a special occasion or as a gesture of reconciliation. The wine suggests celebration, or perhaps an attempt to create a particular mood. But celebration of what? Reconciliation with whom? I start to wonder if the missing woman was actually missing at all. What if she had been there when I arrived, hidden somewhere I didn't think to look? The apartment had a large bedroom closet, a storage area behind the kitchen, spaces where someone could conceivably wait undetected during a routine inspection. The thought makes me uncomfortable in ways I can't fully articulate. My certainty about the timeline begins to crumble. The meal appeared freshly prepared, but how fresh exactly? Could it have been sitting there for days rather than hours? The lingering aroma might have been preserved by the apartment's climate control system, creating an illusion of recent cooking. The wine could have been poured and left to oxidize, explaining its room temperature. I realize I never questioned why the apartment was so meticulously clean, not just tidy, but spotless in a way that suggested deliberate effort. Every surface gleamed. Every object was positioned with care, the kind of cleaning someone might do to remove evidence of what had really taken place. The more I think about it, the more the scene feels like a performance staged for my benefit. Someone had wanted me to see exactly what I saw, to reach exactly the conclusions I reached. The perfect table setting, the untouched meal, the absence of any signs of struggle. It was almost too clean, too obvious, too easy to interpret. But if it was staged, who was the director? The missing woman herself? Someone else who had access to her apartment? Or someone who had been there all along, watching from the shadows as I documented their carefully constructed narrative? I can no longer trust my own observations from that morning. The photographs and report exist as evidence, but evidence of what? A woman's mysterious disappearance, or something far more complex and disturbing? The facts I recorded with such confidence now feel like fragments of a larger puzzle, pieces that don't quite fit together the way I initially believed. The dining room table haunts my thoughts. 2 place settings, 2 wine glasses, 2 of everything. But I only ever looked for one missing person. What if I should have been looking for 2? What if the meal wasn't prepared for a guest who never arrived, but for 2 people who were both present when something went wrong? The apartment's silence takes on a different quality in my memory now. Not the peaceful quiet of an empty space, but the heavy stillness that follows something terrible. The kind of silence that presses against your eardrums and makes you want to speak just to prove you still can. I wonder if I was meant to find that scene exactly as I did. If someone had been counting on my methodical approach, my tendency to document rather than question, my willingness to accept the obvious explanation. The missing woman's employer had reported her absence, triggering the investigation that brought me to her door. But what if that report wasn't coincidental? What if someone had been waiting for exactly that sequence of events? The case file sits on my desk now, pages yellowed at the edges, photographs slightly faded. The woman was never found. No additional evidence ever surfaced. The investigation was quietly closed and filed away, just another unsolved disappearance in a city full of them. But I can't file it away in my mind. The questions multiply each time I review the evidence. The certainty I felt that morning has been replaced by something much more unsettling. The growing conviction that I witnessed the aftermath of something I didn't understand, and possibly something I was never meant to understand. The meal sits there in my memory, growing cold, waiting for diners who will never come. Or perhaps diners who were already there, hidden in plain sight, watching as I carefully documented their perfect crime. I close the file, but I know I'll open it again tomorrow, and the day after that, because somewhere in those photographs and notes lies a truth I'm not sure I want to discover, but can no longer ignore. The dining room waits, patient and still, keeping its secrets behind a facade of interrupted domesticity. And I'm beginning to suspect that I was never really investigating a disappearance at all, but something far more complex and infinitely more disturbing. The aroma of that meal still lingers in my memory, despite the absence of any recent culinary activity, just like my report said. But now I wonder what else might be lingering there, invisible and patient, waiting for someone to finally ask the right questions. Story 6. I stood frozen, eyes locked on the old grandfather clock. Its hands should have been inching forward, marking time, but they remained stubbornly paused at 3:15. The air felt heavy, charged with an energy that ran counter to the stillness. I could feel the floor vibrate gently beneath me, an untraceable tremor that seemed to ripple through the room, yet left the curtains undisturbed. My focus shifted to the window. The sheer fabric fluttered slightly, as if responding to a breeze that I couldn't feel. But the window was closed. It was the clock that finally broke the spell. Its hands jolted forward, a single deliberate tick, and stayed there as if mocking my uncertainty. The sound echoed through the house like a gunshot in my mind, though I knew it was merely the mechanical heartbeat of an aging timepiece. I had been standing there for what felt like hours, though the frozen clock made it impossible to know. The tremor beneath my feet had stopped, but my body retained the memory of it, a phantom sensation that made me question whether it had ever existed at all. The living room around me belonged to someone I thought I knew well. Her furniture, her photographs, her careful arrangement of books on the mantelpiece. Yet something fundamental had shifted since I'd arrived. The photographs seemed to watch me with different expressions than I remembered. The books appeared to have rearranged themselves, their spines forming words I couldn't quite decipher, but that felt important, urgent even. I had come here because she hadn't answered her phone. 3 days of silence from someone who called me every morning at exactly 8:30. The routine had become so predictable that I'd grown irritated by it, sometimes letting it ring through to voicemail just to preserve some sense of autonomy. Now I would have given anything to hear that familiar ringtone cutting through the morning quiet. The spare key had been exactly where she always kept it, beneath the third flower pot from the left on her back porch. The door had opened easily, almost eagerly, as if the house itself was relieved to have company. But once inside, I'd been struck by the wrongness of everything. Not obvious wrongness, nothing was broken or obviously disturbed. It was more subtle than that, like looking at a photograph that had been slightly overexposed, where all the familiar elements were present, but somehow drained of their essential quality. The scent in the air troubled me most. It should have been her scent, that mixture of lavender soap and the faint mustiness of old books that had always defined her space. Instead, there was something metallic underneath, sharp and clinical, like the smell of a hospital corridor or a freshly cleaned laboratory. It made my throat feel tight and my thoughts scatter in directions I didn't want them to go. I forced myself to move away from the clock and began walking through the house systematically. The kitchen first, where her coffee cup sat in the sink, still bearing the faint brown ring that suggested recent use. The coffee maker was unplugged, its cord wrapped neatly around the base in the precise way she always did it. But the counter held a second cup, one I didn't recognize, white ceramic with a hairline crack running down one side. She would never have kept a damaged cup. She was meticulous about such things, almost compulsively so. The refrigerator hummed with mechanical persistence, but when I opened it, the light didn't come on. The bulb wasn't burned out. It had been deliberately unscrewed, left hanging by its threads like a loose tooth. The food inside looked normal enough, though everything seemed to be arranged with unusual precision. Condiment bottles lined up with their labels facing forward, produce organized by color and size. It was her style, but amplified to an almost neurotic degree. In the living room again, I noticed the answering machine blinking with messages. The display showed 7 new calls, but when I pressed play, I heard only my own voice, increasingly concerned with each message. My words sounded strange, played back in that empty room, desperate and somehow guilty, as if I were the one who had done something wrong. The photographs on the mantelpiece drew my attention again. They were all familiar family gatherings, vacation snapshots, the usual collection of frozen moments that people use to convince themselves their lives have meaning and continuity. But looking closer, I realized that in every single photograph, someone had been carefully removed. Not torn out or obviously altered, but edited with such precision that only the faintest shadow or the curve of an arm remained to suggest another presence had once been there. I picked up one frame and held it closer to the lamp. It showed her at what appeared to be a birthday party, but the cake in front of her had too many candles for just one person, and her arm was positioned as if resting on someone's shoulder. Someone who was no longer there. The background showed the faint outline of another chair, another place setting, another shadow that shouldn't exist if she had been alone. My hands began to shake as I examined frame after frame, the same meticulous editing in each one, the same careful removal of what appeared to be the same person over and over again, someone who had been systematically erased from her documented life with surgical precision. The stairs to the second floor creaked under my weight in a pattern I didn't remember from previous visits. Each step seemed to announce my presence to the empty rooms above, and I found myself walking more carefully, as if trying not to wake someone who might be sleeping. But I knew the house was empty. I could feel its emptiness like a physical presence pressing against my skin and making my breathing sound unnaturally loud. Her bedroom door was closed, which struck me as odd. She never closed interior doors during the day, said it made the house feel cramped and secretive. The handle turned easily under my palm, but the door itself seemed reluctant to open, as if the air pressure on the other side was somehow different. The room beyond was pristine, the bed made with military precision, every surface clear of clutter, too clear. It looked like a hotel room prepared for the next guest, scrubbed of all personality and personal traces. Even the smell was wrong, that same metallic sharpness I'd noticed downstairs, but stronger here, almost overwhelming. The closet door stood slightly ajar, revealing a neat row of clothes that seemed to take up only half the available space. I pushed it open wider and saw empty hangers interspersed with her familiar dresses and blouses, creating a rhythm of presence and absence that made my chest feel tight. Someone else's clothes had hung here recently. The spacing made that clear, as did the faint indentations in the carpet where a second dresser had once stood. On the nightstand, her reading glasses lay folded next to a book I didn't recognize. The bookmark protruded from somewhere near the middle, but when I opened to that page, I found myself looking at a passage that had been heavily underlined in pencil. The words seemed to pulse on the page. The most effective disappearance is not the removal of the person, but the removal of all evidence that they ever existed at all. My throat constricted as I read the sentence again. The handwriting in the margins was hers, I was certain of that, but the notes she'd made were cryptic, almost coded. Numbers and letters that might have been some kind of system, or might have been meaningless. The only phrase I could decipher clearly was written in the margin next to the underlined passage, "Practice makes perfect." I closed the book and noticed my hands were trembling more violently now. The title on the cover was something academic and dry, about archival science and information management. Not the kind of thing she usually read, though she had always been methodical in her approach to life, perhaps too methodical. The bathroom adjoined the bedroom, and I found myself drawn there by a sound I couldn't quite identify. A faint dripping, maybe, or the whisper of air moving through pipes. But when I entered, everything was silent and dry. 2 toothbrushes sat in the holder beside the sink, though one looked as if it hadn't been used in some time. The bristles were perfectly straight, untouched by water or paste. The medicine cabinet held the usual collection of pills and ointments, but also several prescription bottles with labels that had been carefully peeled away. The contents rattled when I shook them, but without the labels, there was no way to know what they were or who they had been prescribed for. The dates on the pharmacy stickers were recent, though, within the last few weeks. I returned to the bedroom and sat heavily on the edge of the bed. The mattress felt different than I remembered, firmer somehow, as if it had been replaced or hadn't been slept in for some time. The indentation where she usually slept was barely visible, while the other side of the bed showed no wear at all, despite the evidence throughout the house that someone else had been living here. That's when I noticed the photograph on the far nightstand, the one that should have been facing the other side of the bed. It was turned toward the wall, as if whoever slept there didn't want to see it. I walked around and carefully turned it back. The frame held a picture of the two of us from what must have been several months ago. We were standing in her garden, both smiling at the camera, my arm around her shoulders in a gesture that looked natural and comfortable. But seeing it now, in this sterile room with its evidence of systematic erasure, the photograph felt like an accusation. I couldn't remember when it had been taken or by whom. The garden in the background looked like hers, but the flowers were different, arranged in patterns I didn't recognize, and there was something about my own expression in the photograph that disturbed me. I looked too comfortable, too possessive. My smile seemed to contain knowledge that I couldn't access now, secrets that had been locked away in some compartment of my mind I couldn't open. The sound of the grandfather clock chiming from downstairs made me jump. It was striking the quarter hour, though I had no idea which quarter hour or how much time had passed since I'd arrived. The chimes echoed through the house with a resonance that seemed too deep for the space, as if the walls themselves were hollow. I made my way back downstairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. The living room looked different in the changing light, shadows falling across the furniture in patterns that created new shapes and suggested different meanings. The gap-toothed photographs seemed to watch my progress with renewed interest, their missing figures more present somehow in their absence. The answering machine was blinking again, showing 8 messages now instead of 7. I was certain I hadn't heard the phone ring, but I pressed play anyway. The first 7 messages were mine, just as before, but the 8th was different. A voice I recognized but couldn't place, speaking in measured tones that seemed designed to convey information without revealing emotion. The arrangements have been completed as discussed. The documentation has been filed appropriately, and all traces have been removed from the relevant systems. The timeline we agreed upon has been maintained. Please confirm receipt of this message at your earliest convenience. The message ended with a soft click, leaving me staring at the machine as if it might offer some explanation. The voice was familiar, but in the way that voices sometimes are when you've heard them in contexts you'd rather forget. Professional, careful, the kind of voice that dealt with unpleasant necessities without asking uncomfortable questions. I played the message again, listening more carefully to the background sounds. There was something that might have been traffic or machinery or the whisper of air conditioning in a large building. The kind of ambient noise that suggested an institutional setting, somewhere official and impersonal. The phrase "all traces have been removed" echoed in my mind as I looked around the room again. The systematic editing of the photographs, the missing clothes, the unused toothbrush, the carefully scrubbed surfaces. Someone had been methodically erased from this house and from her life, but the erasure was so complete, so professional, that it suggested resources and expertise beyond what any individual could manage alone. I found myself thinking about her work, trying to remember what she'd told me about her job. Something in records management for a government agency, though she'd always been vague about the specifics. She'd mentioned security clearances and confidentiality agreements, the kind of bureaucratic constraints that made dinner conversations stilted and careful. I'd assumed it was typical civil service work, boring and safe. The kind of career that provided steady income and reliable benefits in exchange for a willingness to follow procedures without asking too many questions. But looking at the evidence around me, I began to wonder if her work had been more specialized than she'd let on. The precision of the erasure, the systematic nature of it, suggested someone with professional knowledge of how to make people disappear from official records. And if she had that knowledge, if that was what she did for a living, then the question became whether she was the victim or the perpetrator. The kitchen drew me back, though I wasn't sure why. The damaged coffee cup still sat on the counter, its crack catching the light like a scar. I picked it up and examined it more closely. The crack wasn't random, it followed too straight a line, as if it had been deliberately scored and then subjected to just enough pressure to create the break. The kind of controlled damage that might be used to mark something, to distinguish it from identical objects. Inside the cup, barely visible unless you knew to look for it, was a faint residue. Not coffee stains, but something else, something that had dried to a thin film and left behind a smell that was both familiar and wrong. Sweet, but with an undertone that made my stomach clench and my mouth fill with saliva in the way that precedes nausea. I set the cup down carefully and backed away from the counter. My hands were shaking again, and I could feel sweat beading on my forehead despite the coolness of the house. The metallic smell seemed stronger now, or maybe I was just more sensitive to it, more aware of how it permeated everything and suggested things I didn't want to consider. The basement door was located off the kitchen, behind a narrow hallway I hadn't explored yet. I'd never been down there during my previous visits, had never had any reason to go below the main floor. But now the door seemed to draw my attention like a magnet, its simple wooden surface somehow more significant than it should have been. The handle turned easily, but the door itself was heavier than I'd expected, as if it had been reinforced or weighted somehow. The stairs beyond disappeared into darkness that my eyes couldn't penetrate, and the air that rose from below carried that metallic scent concentrated to an almost unbearable degree. I found a light switch and flicked it on, revealing a steep wooden staircase that descended into what appeared to be a finished basement. The walls were painted white, but the paint looked fresh, as if it had been applied recently to cover something underneath. The floor was concrete, also painted white, and so clean it seemed to glow under the fluorescent lights. Each step down felt like a descent into something I couldn't come back from. The air grew cooler as I went deeper, and the silence became more profound, as if the basement existed in its own separate world where normal sounds couldn't penetrate. My breathing echoed off the walls in a way that made me hyper-aware of my own presence in that sterile space. The basement was larger than I'd expected, stretching back under the entire footprint of the house. It had been converted into what looked like a combination office and storage area, with filing cabinets lining one wall and a desk positioned under a small window that provided the only natural light. But it was the far wall that made my breath catch in my throat. It was covered with photographs, dozens of them, arranged in neat rows like a gallery exhibition. But these weren't the family snapshots from upstairs. These were surveillance photos taken from a distance with telephoto lenses, showing people going about their daily lives unaware they were being watched. Shopping, walking, sitting in cars, entering and leaving buildings. The subjects were different, but the style was consistent, professional, methodical. I moved closer and realized with growing horror that I recognized some of the faces. Neighbors, acquaintances, people from the community who had simply vanished from their lives without explanation. People who had been reported missing but never found, their disappearances eventually filed away as cold cases or assumed voluntary departures. And there in the center of the wall was a series of photographs that made my legs go weak. They showed me, taken over what must have been weeks or months, documenting my routines and habits with the same clinical precision as the others. Me leaving for work, me shopping for groceries, me sitting in my car outside this very house on previous visits. But it was the final photograph in the series that made me understand the full scope of what I was looking at. It showed me standing in her living room, looking at the grandfather clock, taken from an angle that suggested the photographer had been inside the house, watching from the kitchen doorway. The timestamp showed it had been taken less than an hour ago. I spun around, suddenly aware that I might not be alone in the house after all, but the basement remained empty and silent. The photograph meant that someone had been here when I arrived, had watched me discover the evidence of their activities, had documented my reactions for reasons I couldn't begin to fathom. The filing cabinets drew my attention next. They were locked, but the keys hung on a small hook beside the desk, as if security wasn't really a concern or as if I was expected to find them. The first drawer I opened contained files organized by name, each one documenting a different person's life in exhaustive detail. Financial records, medical histories, employment information, family connections, daily routines. The kind of comprehensive profiles that would make it easy to predict someone's behavior, to know when they would be vulnerable, to plan their disappearance with minimal risk of discovery. My own file was thicker than the others, suggesting I'd been under observation for a longer period. It contained information I'd never shared with anyone, details about my life that could only have been gathered through sustained surveillance and investigation. Bank statements, medical records, photographs of the inside of my own home taken when I wasn't there. The level of intrusion was breathtaking in its thoroughness and terrifying in its implications. But it was the final document in my file that made everything click into place with sickening clarity. It was a contract, written in the careful legal language that obscures meaning while documenting intent. The details were complex, but the basic structure was simple. I had agreed to participate in something called a voluntary disappearance program, and I had signed documents authorizing the systematic erasure of my existence from all official records. The signature at the bottom was mine, though I had no memory of signing it. The date was recent, within the last few weeks, but I couldn't recall being anywhere that such a document might have been presented to me. Yet there it was in my handwriting, legally binding and apparently authentic. As I stared at the signature, fragments of memory began to surface, like debris floating up from the bottom of a deep lake. A meeting I'd forgotten about in an office that had been too warm and too bright. A woman I'd trusted explaining options and alternatives in a voice that had been soothing and reasonable. Forms to sign, decisions to make, a future to plan that would be different from anything I'd imagined. The memories were hazy, dreamlike, as if they'd been wrapped in cotton and stored in a place I couldn't easily access. But they were there, and as I focused on them, they became clearer and more detailed. I remembered feeling grateful for the opportunity, relieved that someone was offering me a way out of problems I couldn't solve on my own. I remembered signing the documents eagerly, convinced that I was making the right choice for everyone involved. But I also remembered something else, something that made my hands shake as I held the contract. I remembered asking about her, about what would happen to the people I cared about whether they would understand why I had to disappear. And I remembered the woman's smile as she assured me that arrangements would be made, that everyone would be taken care of, that no one would be left wondering what had happened to me. The grandfather clock upstairs chimed again, its deep tones penetrating even into the basement and reminding me that time was passing, that whatever process I'd agreed to was probably already in motion. I looked at the photographs on the wall again, seeing them now not as evidence of her crimes, but as documentation of her work. Professional, methodical, thorough work that left no traces and raised no questions. I climbed the stairs slowly, my legs feeling weak and unreliable. The house around me looked different now, not like the home of someone who had disappeared, but like a stage set that had been carefully prepared for my visit. Every detail had been planned, every piece of evidence placed exactly where I would find it, every revelation timed to maximum effect. The living room felt smaller now, more confining, as if the walls had moved closer together while I'd been in the basement. The grandfather clock continued its irregular ticking, marking time that seemed to have no relationship to the real world outside. The photographs on the mantelpiece watched me with their gap-toothed grins, their missing figures now explained, but somehow more unsettling than before. I sat down in her favorite chair and tried to piece together what I knew and what I suspected. She hadn't disappeared, she was working, doing what she'd been trained to do, helping people like me vanish from lives that had become unbearable. The evidence of erasure wasn't proof of a crime but documentation of a service, performed with professional skill and careful attention to detail. But that left questions I couldn't answer, gaps in my understanding that felt dangerous and important. If I had agreed to disappear, why was I still here? If the process was voluntary, why did I feel like a victim? And most troubling of all, if she was helping me, why did every instinct I possessed tell me that I was in terrible danger? The phone rang, cutting through my thoughts with jarring suddenness. I let it ring once, twice, 3 times before reaching for it, my hand trembling as I lifted the receiver. "You found everything." Her voice was calm, unsurprised, as if she'd been expecting my call even though I hadn't called her. "Where are you?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. "Close by. I've been watching, making sure you understood. It's important that you understand before we proceed." "Proceed with what?" "With what you agreed to, what you signed for, what you asked me to help you with." I looked down at my hands, trying to remember making that choice, trying to access the memories that felt so close but remained frustratingly out of reach. I don't remember asking for this. "Memory is unreliable," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "Especially when people are under stress, when they're facing problems they can't solve on their own. You came to me because you needed help, and I provided it. The documentation is all there, properly signed and witnessed." "The people in the photographs," I said, "the ones who disappeared, did they all ask for help too?" There was a pause, long enough for me to hear the sound of traffic in the background, the same ambient noise that had been on the answering machine message. Everyone who participates in the program does so voluntarily. That's very important to me, professionally and personally. I don't help people who don't want to be helped. But they don't remember agreeing to it. Memory is complicated. People remember what they can handle remembering. Sometimes that's everything, sometimes it's nothing, sometimes it's something in between. The important thing is that the choice was made freely, with full understanding of the consequences. I closed my eyes and tried to think, tried to separate what I knew from what I felt, what I remembered from what I feared. The evidence was all there, documented and filed and properly authenticated. My signature, my choice, my decision to disappear from a life that had become impossible to continue. But something was wrong with the picture, something that didn't fit with the careful documentation and professional procedures. If I had agreed to disappear, if I had signed the contracts and made the arrangements, then why was I discovering it all now like a detective investigating a crime? Why hadn't I simply been told what was happening and when? Where do I go? I asked finally. If I'm supposed to disappear, where do I go? That depends, she said, and I could hear something different in her voice now, something that might have been sadness or regret, on whether you still want to go through with it. The arrangements can be unmade, the contracts voided, the process stopped, but only if you're certain that's what you want. And if I stop it, then you go back to your life, to the problems that brought you to me in the first place. Nothing changes except that you'll remember this conversation, this choice, this moment when you could have been free. I looked around the room again, seeing it now as a crossroads rather than a crime scene. The clock continued its irregular ticking, the photographs continued their silent watching, the house continued to hold its secrets and its possibilities. Outside, the world continued to spin through its routines and obligations, its endless cycle of problems and responsibilities and disappointments. How long do I have to decide? As long as you need. Time isn't really a factor in this kind of decision. But even as she said it, I could hear the grandfather clock chiming again, its deep tones seeming to count down something that couldn't be stopped or delayed. The shadows in the room were growing longer, the light outside was changing, and I could feel the weight of approaching darkness like a physical presence. I set the phone down without saying goodbye and walked back to the window. The curtains fluttered again, responding to that breeze I couldn't feel, and I realized that the choice had already been made, had been made long ago in an office I could barely remember by a person I was no longer sure I had ever been. The grandfather clock struck one final time, its hands moving forward to mark 4:15, and in that moment I understood that time had indeed been a factor, that the decision had been made for me by the simple act of staying too long, of learning too much, of seeing too clearly what I was supposed to accept without question. The house settled around me with a sound like a sigh, and I knew that I had become part of its collection, another figure carefully edited out of the photographs, another file in the basement cabinet, another successful case in a program that helped people disappear from lives they could no longer bear to live. But as the darkness gathered outside and the silence deepened inside, I found myself wondering story 7. It always happened in the early evening, like a choreographed event of daily life. The stairs in the old building creaked predictably under the weight of its residents, a series of soft groans marking their descent. Particularly the fourth step would moan a degree louder, a unique pitch that served as a subtle reassurance that all was as it should be. Recently, however, the sequence shifted. Sometimes the sound was absent, and other times it seemed softer, as if the step had forgotten its cue. I couldn't quite place why it bothered me, but last night the stairs were utterly silent. And now there's a faint scratch upon the riser, something that wasn't there before. I find myself returning to that scratch, running my fingers along its shallow groove. The wood feels different there, newer somehow, as if something had been carefully scraped away. When I close my eyes, I can almost hear the sound it might have made a deliberate, patient scraping in the dark. But that's impossible, isn't it? I would have heard it. I hear everything in this building. The silence began 3 weeks ago, though I'm not certain of the exact moment. Memory has a way of folding in on itself, creating false edges where none existed. I remember standing in my doorway, listening for the familiar symphony of evening returns. The mailman had come earlier than usual that afternoon, his heavy boots announcing themselves on each step with military precision. But when evening arrived, when the residents should have been climbing back up to their separate lives, there was nothing. First, I thought it was coincidence. Perhaps everyone had decided to stay out later, drawn by some communal impulse I hadn't shared. The building has always been a creature of habit, and we who live within its walls have learned to move in rhythm with its moods. The heating pipes sing their metallic lullabies at precisely the same moments each night. The elevator wheezes to life with clockwork regularity. Even the way sunlight moves across the lobby floor follows a pattern I could trace with my eyes closed. But patterns, once broken, reveal their fragility. I started keeping track, though I wouldn't call it surveillance. That word carries implications I'm not ready to accept. I simply began to notice things more carefully. The young woman from the second floor, who always wore those soft-soled shoes that whispered against the steps, I realized I hadn't heard her distinctive shuffle in days. The elderly man from the third floor, whose cane tapped out a Morse code of careful navigation, his rhythm had vanished as well. It was during this period of heightened attention that I first noticed him. He appeared in the lobby one afternoon, studying the mailboxes with an intensity that seemed disproportionate to the task. Not reading the names exactly, but examining the metal itself, the way the light caught the brass numbers, the small imperfections in the paint. His fingers traced the edges of each box as if he were reading Braille, searching for information that couldn't be found through sight alone. I watched him from the stairwell, my own fingers gripping the banister with an unconscious tension. There was something deliberate about his movements, something that suggested he belonged here even though I had never seen him before. He wore a maintenance uniform, the kind of generic blue jumpsuit that grants invisibility in apartment buildings. But his shoes were wrong too clean, too expensive for someone who spent their days fixing leaky faucets and changing light bulbs. When he finally looked up, our eyes met through the gap in the stairwell. He smiled, a practiced expression that never reached his eyes, and raised his hand in a casual wave. I found myself waving back before I could consider whether I wanted to acknowledge him. Something about that automatic response troubled me for hours afterward. The next evening, the stairs were silent again. I began to understand that the absence of sound was not random. It coincided with his visits, though I couldn't determine the exact nature of the connection. He appeared irregularly, sometimes in the morning, sometimes late at night, always with that same careful attention to details that others might overlook. Once I saw him in the basement, examining the foundation walls with a small flashlight. Another time he was on the roof, though I only glimpsed him through my window as he moved between the air conditioning units. The scratch on the fourth step appeared after one of these visits. I've studied it extensively now, this small violation of the familiar. It runs diagonally across the wood grain, about 3 inches long, carved with something sharp but not violent. The edges are clean, purposeful. If I had to guess, I would say it was made with a utility knife, drawn slowly and deliberately to avoid the harsh scraping sound that would have alerted the residents. But why mark this particular step? The fourth step, the one that sang louder than the others, the one that announced every homecoming with its distinctive voice. Now it remains silent, its song somehow muted by that thin line carved into its surface. I've tested this theory, of course. Late at night, when I'm certain the building sleeps, I've walked up and down those stairs countless times. The fourth step no longer creaks. Whatever structural tension once caused its musical complaint has been released by that careful incision. The scratch wasn't vandalism, it was surgery. This realization led me to examine the other steps more closely. What I found disturbs me in ways I struggle to articulate. Each step bears some small alteration, invisible unless you know where to look. A tiny hole drilled near the back edge of the seventh step, a thin wire inserted between the boards of the 11th, small adjustments that have collectively silenced the staircase's natural voice. The building has been muted. I find myself wondering about the residents who should be using these stairs. The young woman with the whispered footsteps, when did I last see her collecting her mail? The elderly man with his careful cane, his apartment window has remained dark for longer than I care to calculate. One by one, the familiar sounds of habitation have faded, leaving only the mechanical hums and clicks of the building's infrastructure. Yet the man in the maintenance uniform continues to appear. I've tried to approach him to engage in the kind of casual conversation that neighbors might share, but he moves with a purpose that discourages interruption, always focused on some task that seems urgent yet invisible. When I've attempted to speak, he responds with polite deflection, mentioning repairs that need completing, inspections that can't wait. His voice carries no accent I can identify, no regional markers that might hint at his origins. It's a voice designed to be forgotten. The building management company doesn't return my calls. I've left messages, sent emails, even written a formal letter expressing my concerns about unauthorized maintenance work. The responses, when they come at all, are form letters thanking me for my interest in building security and assuring me that all maintenance personnel are properly vetted and supervised. But the signatures are illegible, and the phone numbers lead to automated systems that never connect to actual human beings. It's possible, of course, that I'm mistaken about everything. Paranoia has a way of creating patterns where none exist, of transforming coincidence into conspiracy. The residents might have moved away naturally, their leases expiring in an unremarkable sequence of urban transition. The maintenance work might be legitimate, part of some long-term renovation project that wasn't properly communicated to the tenants. But the scratch on the fourth step tells a different story. I've begun to document everything, though I'm not sure what I hope to accomplish. Photographs of the modified steps, recordings of the unnatural silence, detailed notes about the maintenance man's appearances and activities. The evidence, if it can be called that, fills a notebook that I keep hidden behind my bedroom radiator. Sometimes I review these notes and feel convinced of their importance. Other times, they read like the obsessive scribblings of someone losing their grip on reality. The ambiguity is perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the entire situation. I can construct logical explanations for every observation, innocent reasons for every suspicious detail. Yet the accumulation of these explanations feels more implausible than the darker alternatives my imagination provides. Late at night, when sleep refuses to come, I find myself standing by my door, listening to the building's reduced vocabulary. The heating pipes still sing, but their song seems lonelier now, lacking the harmonic accompaniment of human movement. The elevator continues its mechanical routine, but I never hear it discharge passengers. The building breathes, but it no longer speaks. And in that silence, I hear something else. Footsteps that don't follow the familiar patterns, moving with practiced stealth through corridors that should be empty. The sound of doors opening and closing with mechanical precision. Voices that murmur just below the threshold of comprehension, discussing matters that I'm not meant to understand. I've considered leaving, of course. finding another apartment, another building, another set of familiar sounds to learn and love. But something keeps me here, some combination of curiosity and stubborn resistance that I can't quite name. This is my home, these are my stairs, and that scratch on the fourth step feels like a challenge I'm not ready to concede. The maintenance man appeared again this morning, earlier than usual. I watched him from my window as he stood in the courtyard, looking up at the building's facade with that same intense attention he brings to every task. For a moment, I thought he was looking directly at my window, and I stepped back instinctively. When I looked again, he was gone. But on the fourth step, the scratch seems deeper now, more pronounced, as if someone had traced it again with their knife, refreshing the mark, ensuring it wouldn't fade with time or wear. The wood around it has begun to splinter slightly, creating tiny fragments that catch the light like scattered glass. I run my fingers along that groove and wonder what other changes I haven't noticed yet. What other familiar sounds have been surgically removed from my daily experience? What other small violations have been performed while I slept, trusting in the building's protective embrace? The scratch feels warm under my fingertips, though that's surely impossible. Wood doesn't retain heat that way, doesn't hold the memory of the blade that carved it. But as I trace its length, I can almost feel the hand that guided that knife, the careful pressure applied to achieve just the right depth, the patience required to work in absolute silence. And I understand with a clarity that frightens me that this is only the beginning. The scratch on the fourth step isn't an ending, it's a signature, a promise, a mark that says I was here and I will return. The building's silence isn't an absence but a preparation, a clearing of the stage for whatever performance is yet to come. I find myself returning to that scratch, running my fingers along its shallow groove, wondering when the stairs will sing again and what new song they'll learn to sing. Story 8. I told them I had been in the garden all afternoon, that the sun was too inviting and that the afternoon air had lulled me into a peaceful doze. The officer scribbled it down, nodded in agreement, and moved on. Yet the sweet tang of lilies was tainted by a metallic tinge that clung to my fingertips. The soft hum of the bees seemed out of tune, as if carrying a note of urgency. Palms pressed into the damp earth still held traces of soil beneath my nails, yet the ground appeared undisturbed. The wind carried whispers brushing past my ear, hinting at the truth that lay beneath the surface. My shoes left marks on the grass, tracing a path I hadn't mentioned. The chill wasn't just from the breeze. The metallic smell returns to me now, sharp and wrong against the floral backdrop. I keep washing my hands, but it lingers. Was it always there, or did I notice it only after they asked their questions? Memory plays tricks when you're trying too hard to remember. There's a shovel leaning against the garden shed. I see it clearly, handle worn smooth from use, but I can't recall placing it there. The blade is clean, too clean maybe. Someone must have washed it. Was that me? The water from the hose runs cold against my palms as I stand there, but I'm not sure if this is happening now or if it happened before. You were alone all day, the officer's voice echoes in fragments. I nodded. Yes, alone, always alone in the garden. But there's another voice threading through my thoughts, familiar yet distant. Someone calling my name from the house, or was it from somewhere else entirely? The lilies are blooming late this season. That's what I told myself when I first noticed them, their white faces turned toward the sun like they were searching for something. But flowers don't search, they simply grow where they're planted. The soil around their stems is darker than the rest, richer somehow. Freshly turned earth has a particular smell, earthy and alive. This smells different. I remember kneeling beside the flower bed, my knees pressing into the soft ground. The sun was warm on my back, just as I told them. But there's a gap here, a space where something should be but isn't. like looking at a photograph with a piece cut out. The edges don't quite match up anymore. Did you hear anything unusual? Another question, another careful nod from me. No, nothing unusual, just the bees and the wind through the leaves, but there was something else, wasn't there? A sound that didn't belong, not quite a cry, not quite a whisper, something in between. The garden gate creaks when it opens. I know this sound intimately, have heard it countless times, but I can't remember if I heard it that day. The latch is stiff, requires a firm hand to work it properly. My fingers know the motion by heart, but my mind can't place when I last used it. There's dirt under my fingernails that won't come clean. I scrub until my skin is raw, but traces remain. The officer noticed my hands, I think, made a note about the gardening, how it explained the soil. But gardening doesn't usually leave that metallic scent. Plants smell green and alive. This is something else entirely. The bees were agitated that day. I remember that now, how they circled the hive in tight, angry spirals. Something had disturbed them. But what? I approached the memory carefully, like stepping on thin ice. The closer I get, the more it threatens to crack beneath me. We're just trying to understand the timeline. The officer's pen scratched against paper. I provided what I could, but time felt elastic that day. The sun moved across the sky, but I couldn't track its progress. Shadows shifted without my noticing. How long had I been in the garden? How long had I been alone? The shed door was open. I'm certain of this detail because I always keep it closed. Tools can rust in the damp air, and I'm careful about such things. But it stood ajar, revealing the dark interior where my gardening supplies wait in neat rows. Someone had been inside. Someone had taken something out. Water runs from the outdoor tap, clear and cold. I watch it pool in the watering can, remembering how I filled it that day. But the memory splits here, branches into two possibilities. In one, I water the flowers as planned. In the other, I use the water for something else entirely. Both feel equally real, equally false. The ground beneath the lilies yields easily to pressure, too easily. Established soil should be firmer, more resistant, but this gives way like it's been recently worked. The roots of the flowers seem shallow, as if they haven't had time to properly establish themselves. When were they planted? I should remember this, but the information slips away whenever I try to grasp it. You seem tired. The officer's observation wasn't quite a question. I was tired, bone-deep exhausted in a way that sleep couldn't touch. But tired from what? Gardening is peaceful work, meditative. It shouldn't leave someone drained like this, unless the work was different than usual, unless it required more effort than tending flowers. The metallic smell grows stronger when I close my eyes. It mingles with the lily scent until I can't separate them anymore. They've become one thing, this combination that makes my stomach turn. I used to love the garden, found solace in its quiet corners. Now something feels wrong about the whole space, tainted. There's a conversation I can't quite recall, voices drifting from the house while I worked outside. Two people talking, but I was supposed to be alone. The words are unclear, but the tone suggests urgency, maybe fear. One voice I recognize as my own. The other remains stubbornly anonymous, familiar yet unplaceable. The shovel's handle fits my grip perfectly. Years of use have shaped it to my hands, worn smooth grooves where my fingers naturally fall. But when I try to remember using it that day, the memory fractures. I see myself digging, but the purpose remains unclear. Planting flowers, moving soil, something else that required disturbing the earth. How well did you know them? The question catches me off guard. Know who? I was alone in the garden, alone in the house. But the officer's eyes suggest otherwise, as if my solitude is just another story I'm telling. The truth feels slippery, harder to hold onto than I expected. The bees have settled now, returned to their regular patterns. But that day they were different, agitated by something that disrupted their routine. Bees are sensitive creatures, respond to changes humans might miss. What did they sense that I'm still trying to remember? My shoes carry traces of that darker soil, the rich earth from around the lilies. I scrape them clean, but particles cling to the treads like they don't want to let go. Each step I take through the house leaves tiny reminders, breadcrumbs leading back to whatever happened in the garden. The sun was indeed inviting that day. This part of my story holds true, but invitation and reality don't always align. The warmth on my skin, the peaceful drowse I mentioned to the officer, these things happened. But they happened around something else, something that fills the gaps between comfort and unease. Water from the hose runs clear, but I remember it running red for just a moment. A trick of light, maybe, or rust from old pipes, but the image sticks, refuses to be explained away. I tested the water, let it run until any discoloration faded. How long did that take? Long enough for someone to notice, long enough for questions to form. The garden gate's creak echoes in my memory, but I can't place it in sequence. Did it open? Did it close? Was someone arriving or leaving? The sound exists in isolation, disconnected from context, like a word spoken in an empty room, meaningful but incomplete. We appreciate your cooperation, the officer's final words before leaving, but cooperation suggests I had something to offer, information that helped their investigation. What did I tell them beyond my simple story of an afternoon in the garden? What details did I provide that I can't now recall? The metallic scent fades with scrubbing, but never completely disappears. It's become part of the garden now, woven into the very air I breathe when I step outside. The lilies continue to bloom, their white faces innocent and beautiful. But beauty can hide so much, can't it? Can make us forget to look deeper, to question what lies beneath the surface. I return to the flower bed, kneeling where I knelt before. The soil is still soft, still darker than it should be. My hands remember the motion of digging, even if my mind can't recall the purpose. The earth yields to my touch like an old friend keeping secrets. The bees hum their regular song now, but underneath I still hear that other note, the one that doesn't quite fit. It's become part of their music, this discordant element that speaks of things disturbed and not quite settled. They know what happened here. They remember what I'm still trying to forget. The shovel leans against the shed, clean and waiting, ready for the next task, whatever that might be. But some tools carry the memory of their use, hold echoes of the work they've done. When I touch the handle, my hands remember motions my mind has chosen to forget. The weight of displaced earth, the resistance of roots, the careful placement of something that needed to be hidden. The metallic smell returns with the memory, sharp and unmistakable now. Not rust from pipes or tricks of light in running water. Something else entirely. Something that explains the bees' agitation and the soil's unnatural richness. Something that makes the lilies bloom so white and pure above their dark bed of secrets. I told them I had been in the garden all afternoon, and this was true, but truth, like soil, can be layered. What grows on the surface isn't always what lies beneath. The officer believed my story because it felt complete, matched what he expected to hear. But stories, like gardens, require tending. Some things must be buried deep to keep the surface beautiful. The metallic scent clings to my fingertips still, a reminder that some stains go deeper than skin. Story 9. The perimeter was intact upon initial inspection, with all windows latched and shutters drawn tight. The study retained its usual static order books aligned, desk surfaces devoid of clutter. A single armchair once adjacent to the window was now aligned with the entryway, its orientation askew by 20 degrees. Dust patterns on the floor remained undisturbed, yet the chair's base bore no marks of movement. The clock on the wall displayed the correct time, though its pendulum was silent and motionless. No footprints marred the corridor carpet, and yet the air felt displaced without reason. I run my fingers along the chair's worn leather armrest now, months later, feeling for impressions that might have been overlooked. The texture speaks of habitual use, of someone who favored this particular spot for reading, for thinking. But the chair had moved 20 degrees. I measured it myself twice, using the compass app on my phone, and then again with an actual compass borrowed from the evidence locker. The detective assigned to the case had shrugged when I mentioned the chair. Missing persons don't generate the same urgency as homicides, he'd said. People leave of their own accord more often than not, but I couldn't shake the image of that chair, turned toward the door as if waiting for someone to enter, or perhaps positioned to watch someone leave. I remember the neighbor's statement, delivered in fragments during our first interview. She lived across the narrow street, her kitchen window offering a direct view into the study when both sets of curtains were open, which they usually were, she insisted, at least during daylight hours. The occupant was methodical about such things, she said. Morning routine never varied. Curtains drawn back at 7 sharp, coffee carried to the chair by the window, newspaper spread across the small side table. But that morning the curtains remained closed. I flipped through my notes, searching for the exact wording. The paper crinkles between my fingers, edges worn from repeated handling. The neighbor had called it unusual, then corrected herself. Not unusual, wrong. The word carried weight when she spoke it, as if she were describing something fundamentally disturbed in the natural order. The missing person report was filed by a colleague who'd grown concerned after 3 consecutive missed appointments. Professional obligations abandoned without explanation struck everyone as completely out of character. The missing individual maintained schedules with almost compulsive precision, according to multiple witnesses. Meeting times honored to the minute. Deadlines met days in advance. A life structured around predictability. Yet the chair had moved. I closed my eyes and tried to reconstruct the scene as I first encountered it. The stillness was what struck me initially. Not just quiet, but motionless, as if the entire room had been holding its breath. The books on the shelves appeared untouched, their spines creating neat vertical lines broken only by the occasional horizontal volume. A few papers sat stacked on the desk, weighted down by a smooth river stone that served as a paperweight. The papers contained nothing remarkable. Bills paid in advance, a grocery list written in careful handwriting, a partially completed crossword puzzle with only the easier clues filled in, normal life suspended mid-sentence. But the clock troubled me more than the chair, if I'm being honest. A pendulum clock keeps time through motion, through the steady swing of its weighted mechanism. When I found it, the hands displayed the correct time down to the minute, yet the pendulum hung motionless. I asked the neighbor about this during our second conversation. Had she noticed when the ticking stopped? The question seemed to unsettle her. She couldn't recall ever being aware of the clock's sound, she said, though she admitted her hearing wasn't what it once was. I researched pendulum clocks afterward, spending hours reading about their mechanisms. A clock can stop for various reasons. The pendulum might be knocked off its rhythm by vibration or movement. The weights that drive the mechanism might need rewinding. But for a clock to stop at precisely the correct time requires either remarkable coincidence or deliberate intervention. The colleague who filed the report provided additional details during our interview. Lunch plans had been arranged for the previous week. The missing person had suggested a specific restaurant, made the reservation personally, confirmed the time twice. But when the colleague arrived, no one was there. The restaurant staff confirmed the reservation, but said no one had appeared to claim the table. This struck me as significant, not the missed appointment itself, but the attention to detail preceding it. Someone planning to disappear voluntarily might neglect such arrangements, let them lapse naturally, but to make specific plans, to confirm details, suggested either a sudden decision or something that prevented following through. I return to the chair, always the chair. In my dreams, it moves on its own, rotating slowly toward the door while I watch from across the room. I wake with the sensation of leather under my palms, though I sleep on cotton sheets. The dream has evolved over time. Initially, the chair simply turned. Now in recent versions, I sense someone sitting in it, though I never see them directly, just the impression of weight of presence. The forensics team found no fingerprints beyond those expected. The missing person's prints appeared throughout the house, concentrated in areas of regular use. Kitchen surfaces, bathroom fixtures, door handles, light switches. But the chair's leather surface yielded nothing clear enough for identification, its texture too worn and porous to retain useful prints. I requested additional testing. Fabric fibers, hair samples, skin cells. The lab technician explained that leather furniture presents challenges for such analysis. The materials treatment process eliminates many trace elements. What remains often proves too degraded for meaningful examination. Still, they found something. A few strands of hair caught in the chair's wooden frame, near where someone's head might rest during extended sitting. The hair matched samples taken from the missing person's bathroom. Expected, routine, meaningless, but the lab technician mentioned something else. The hair showed signs of recent cutting, the ends sharp and clean rather than naturally tapered. Someone had trimmed their hair shortly before disappearing. I followed up with local salons and barbershops, showing photographs and asking about recent appointments. The missing person's usual stylist confirmed a visit approximately 1 week before the disappearance. Nothing unusual about the appointment, she said. Standard trim, same style maintained for years, but she remembered one detail that seemed odd at the time. The client had asked specifically about hair disposal, whether the shop kept clippings for any purpose. The stylist had laughed, assuming it was a joke, and explained that hair is simply swept up and discarded with other waste. Why would someone ask about hair disposal? The question has circled through my thoughts for weeks now. Concern about identity theft seemed far-fetched. Hair clippings don't contain enough genetic material for most practical purposes, and even if they did, a determined person could obtain samples more easily through other means. Unless the question wasn't about protecting identity, but about erasing it. I've started visiting the house regularly, though officially the case remains inactive. The department considers it a voluntary disappearance pending evidence to the contrary. No signs of struggle, no indication of foul play, no credible threats or enemies. Just someone who walked away from their life without explanation. But people don't simply walk away from locked houses. The doors were secured from the inside, deadbolts engaged, chain locks fastened. The only key found was in the missing person's pocket, according to the neighbor who discovered it during a wellness check. She'd used her spare key to enter, finding the house empty but thoroughly secured. How does someone leave a locked house without a key? The neighbor's story has remained consistent through multiple interviews. She became concerned after noticing the curtains remained closed for several consecutive days. Her attempts to reach the occupant by phone went unanswered. Eventually, she used her spare key to check on their welfare. She found the house empty, the study arranged exactly as I later documented, the chair turned toward the door. I asked her to demonstrate using the spare key to show me precisely how she'd entered. She led me through the process step by step. Key in the lock, turned counterclockwise, pushed the door open. but then she paused, her hand still on the doorknob. The chain lock had been fastened, she remembered suddenly. She'd had to close the door and call through it, asking if anyone was home, before realizing she would need to contact authorities about a possible emergency. But in her formal statement, she'd made no mention of the chain lock. I reviewed the document carefully, checking for any reference to additional security measures. Nothing. When I pointed out this discrepancy, she seemed genuinely confused. She remembered the chain lock clearly now, she insisted, but couldn't explain why she'd omitted it from her original account. Memory is unreliable, particularly under stress. I've learned this through years of interviewing witnesses, victims, suspects. People remember what they expect to remember, fill gaps with logical assumptions, revise details to create coherent narratives. But the chain lock detail bothered me because it complicated the already puzzling circumstances. If the chain lock was engaged, the neighbor couldn't have entered immediately. She would have needed to wait for police or fire department assistance to gain access. This would have created an official record, a paper trail documenting the forced entry, but no such record exists. The responding officer's report describes a routine wellness check with voluntary access provided by a concerned neighbor. I contacted the officer who'd responded to the initial call. He remembered the incident vaguely, describing it as unremarkable. Missing person cases were common enough, he said, and this one seemed straightforward. No signs of disturbance, no evidence of criminal activity. He documented the scene, taken the neighbor's statement, filed the appropriate paperwork. But when I asked about the chain lock specifically, he frowned. He couldn't recall any mention of additional security measures. If the door had been chained from inside, he would have needed to document the method used to gain entry. Such details were standard procedure, he assured me. The absence of any such documentation suggested the chain lock hadn't been engaged when he arrived. So either the neighbor's revised memory was incorrect, or someone had unfastened the chain lock between her initial attempt to enter and the officer's arrival. But who and how if the house was empty? I returned to the study again, drawn by questions that multiply rather than resolve. The chair sits in its displaced position, 20 degrees off its original orientation. I've never moved it back. Something about its current placement feels intentional, purposeful, as if moving it would disturb an arrangement meant to convey meaning. The books on the shelves have become familiar through repeated examination. Fiction and nonfiction mixed together without apparent organization. Philosophy beside mystery novels, cookbooks adjacent to technical manuals. But one volume catches my attention during this visit, though I can't explain why. A slim book about memory and perception, its spine barely visible between larger volumes. I pull it from the shelf carefully, noting its position for replacement. The pages fall open to a heavily underlined passage about false memories and confabulation. The human brain, it explains, continuously reconstructs past experiences, filling gaps with plausible details that may never have occurred. We remember not what happened, but what we believe should have happened. The underlining appears to be done in pencil, the marks light but deliberate. Someone had read this passage carefully, thoughtfully. But when the book shows signs of regular use, pages softened by handling, spine creased from repeated opening, not recent reading, but sustained engagement over time. I photographed the marked passage before replacing the book in its exact position. The text raises uncomfortable questions about my own investigation. How much of what I remember about the case represents actual observation versus logical reconstruction? The chair's position, the stopped clock, the neighbor's conflicting statements about the chain lock. Are these genuine mysteries or artifacts of imperfect memory and assumption? The forensics report mentioned something I'd overlooked initially. Dust patterns throughout the house suggested normal habitation until approximately 1 week before the disappearance was reported. After that point, dust accumulation indicated minimal movement through the rooms. Someone had been present but inactive, or the house had been empty for several days before anyone noticed. This timeline aligned with the missed lunch appointment. The colleague had tried calling repeatedly after being stood up at the restaurant. No answer, no returned calls, no explanation. But if the house was already empty by then, who had made the reservation, who had confirmed the details twice? I requested phone records, though obtaining them required additional paperwork and justification. The department's interest in the case was waning as weeks passed without new leads. Missing adults have the right to disappear, I was reminded. Without evidence of foul play, investigation resources were better allocated elsewhere. But the phone records, when they finally arrived, revealed something interesting. The calls to confirm the lunch reservation had been made from the house's landline. The restaurant's caller ID system had logged the number, time, and duration of each call. Both calls occurred during the period when dust patterns suggested the house was unoccupied. Either the forensics analysis was incorrect, or someone had returned to the house specifically to make those calls. But why? What purpose would be served by confirming a lunch appointment you had no intention of keeping? Unless the calls weren't about the lunch at all, unless they served some other purpose entirely. I listened to my own voice on the recordings now, played back from the digital recorder I carry during interviews. The sound seems unfamiliar, distant, as if belonging to someone else. I hear myself asking questions, probing for details, pushing for clarity, but I also hear something else, an edge of obsession, perhaps, a fixation that may have moved beyond professional interest. The neighbor has stopped returning my calls. The colleague who filed the initial report requested that I limit further contact. Even the responding officer seemed reluctant during our last conversation, suggesting that I might benefit from stepping back from the case. But I can't step back, not when so many questions remain unanswered, not when the chair sits 20 degrees off its proper position, turned toward the door as if expecting someone who never arrives. I've begun sitting in the chair myself during my visits to the house. The leather conforms to my body differently than it would have to the missing person, who was taller and broader than I am. But I can sense the impressions left by habitual use, the way the cushions yield in specific places, the arm worn smooth by countless hours of contact. From this position I can see the entire study, the bookshelf with its eclectic collection, the desk with its neat stacks of papers, the window with its drawn curtains blocking any view of the street beyond. But when I turn 20 degrees toward the door, my perspective shifts. Now I face the hallway, the path leading to the rest of the house, to the kitchen, the bedrooms, the exits. Someone had repositioned the chair to watch the door, to monitor who might enter or leave, but monitoring implies expectation, anticipation of movement. Why would someone expecting to leave forever care who might come looking? The answer comes to me gradually, not as sudden revelation, but as slow recognition of something I'd sensed but not articulated. The chair wasn't positioned to watch for someone entering. It was positioned to watch for someone leaving. The missing person had been waiting for someone else to go. This possibility reframes everything, not a solitary disappearance, but a coordinated departure. Not someone fleeing alone, but someone waiting for the right moment for another person to clear the area. The chair's position makes sense from this perspective, a vantage point for monitoring movement, for timing an exit. But who was the other person, and why the elaborate staging? I review the neighbor's statements again, searching for any mention of visitors, additional vehicles, unfamiliar faces. She described the missing person as solitary, private, polite, but not social. Few visitors, no regular guests, no romantic relationships that she'd observed. A quiet life lived without apparent complication. Yet someone else had been involved. The evidence points toward coordination, planning, mutual participation. The locked doors, the chain lock mystery, the confirmed lunch reservation made from an empty house. These details suggest not random disappearance, but orchestrated departure. I find myself returning to the book about memory and perception. The underlined passages reveal a pattern of interest in how people construct false narratives, how they convince themselves and others that fabricated events actually occurred. Someone had been studying the mechanics of deception, the psychology of misdirection. But deception directed at whom? The neighbor, the colleague, the investigating officers, or perhaps at someone else entirely, someone whose role in this story remains hidden. The house keeps its secrets despite my repeated visits. I've examined every room, cataloged every detail, photographed every surface. But houses don't reveal their truths willingly. They require interpretation, translation of physical evidence into narrative meaning. And I'm beginning to suspect that I've been reading the story incorrectly from the beginning. What if the missing person never left at all? The thought arrives unbidden, unwelcome, disturbing in its implications, but once considered, it explains certain anomalies, the dust patterns that suggested minimal movement rather than complete absence. The phone calls made from within the house during the period of supposed emptiness. The chair positioned to watch the door, as if monitoring for discovery rather than departure. But if the person never left, where are they now? I've searched every room, every closet, every possible hiding place. The house is not large. There are no basements, no attics, no spaces unaccounted for in my investigation. Unless I've been looking in the wrong places, unless the answer lies not in where someone might hide, but in how they might remain hidden while still being present. The stopped clock haunts my thoughts, a timepiece that shows the correct time despite its motionless pendulum. I've researched this phenomenon extensively, consulting horologists and repair specialists. They confirm that such precision would be virtually impossible without ongoing adjustment. Someone would need to reset the hands regularly, manually maintaining accuracy without allowing the mechanism to function normally. But why preserve the appearance of a working clock while disabling its actual operation? Why maintain the illusion of normal function while ensuring complete silence? Because someone needed to know the time but couldn't tolerate the sound. The realization strikes me as I sit in the repositioned chair, staring at the silent timepiece. Someone had been hiding in this house, remaining motionless for extended periods, monitoring the clock for timing purposes while requiring absolute quiet to avoid detection. The chair's position allowed observation of both the door and the timepiece simultaneously. But hiding from whom? The neighbor who possessed a spare key, the colleague who might come looking, or someone else entirely, someone whose presence would explain the elaborate precautions and careful staging. I consider the timeline again. The missed lunch appointment, the unanswered phone calls, the neighbor's eventual wellness check. If someone had been hiding in the house during this period, they would have needed to remain concealed even during the police officer's initial investigation. But where? How? The answer might lie in the one place I haven't thoroughly examined, not a physical location, but a temporal one. the gap between the neighbor's first attempt to enter and the officer's arrival. During that window, someone could have left through a route that avoided observation, taking advantage of the confusion and activity to slip away unnoticed. But this scenario requires precise timing and intimate knowledge of the neighbor's habits and the police response procedures. Someone would have needed to predict exactly when discovery would occur and how the situation would unfold. Such planning suggests not desperate flight, but calculated execution of a predetermined plan. I return to the house one final time, though I'm no longer certain what I'm looking for. The study remains unchanged, the chair still positioned 20 degrees off its original alignment, but my perspective has shifted. I no longer see evidence of mysterious disappearance, but traces of elaborate performance. Someone had wanted this scene to be discovered exactly as it was found. The displaced chair, the stopped clock, the locked doors, the chain lock confusion. These weren't accidental details, but deliberately arranged elements designed to create specific impressions and questions. But performances require audiences. Who was meant to discover this tableau? The neighbor, the police, or perhaps someone like me, an investigator drawn into the puzzle by its apparent contradictions and mysteries. I photographed the study one last time, capturing every detail from multiple angles. But as I review the images later, I notice something I'd missed during countless previous visits. A faint mark on the wall behind where the chair originally sat, barely visible unless viewed from a specific angle. Not damage or wear, but a small symbol drawn in pencil, so light as to be nearly invisible. The symbol resembles a question mark, but inverted, upside down, as if someone had been asking not what happened, but what was supposed to happen, or perhaps marking the spot where questions end and certainty begins. I traced the mark with my finger, feeling the slight indentation left by the pencil's pressure. Someone had drawn this deliberately, marking something significant about this location. The chair's original position, perhaps, or a reminder of something that needed to be remembered. But remembered by whom and for what purpose? The case file will remain open indefinitely, though active investigation has ceased. Missing persons cases rarely achieve the closure that homicides or thefts provide. People disappear for countless reasons, most of them personal and private. The law respects their right to vanish, to reinvent themselves, to escape whatever circumstances made departure seem necessary. But I'm no longer convinced that anyone actually disappeared. The evidence suggests something more complex, more deliberate, a carefully orchestrated event designed to create the appearance of mystery while concealing a simpler truth. Someone had needed to become invisible without actually living, to maintain presence while avoiding detection. The question mark on the wall seems to pulse in my peripheral vision as I prepare to leave the house for what I know will be the last time. Not because the mystery is solved, but because I've finally understood that it was never meant to be solved. Only experienced, contemplated, absorbed into the growing collection of questions that define the boundary between what we know and what we imagine we know. I lock the door behind me and return the key to the neighbor, who accepts it without meeting my eyes. She knows I've been visiting regularly, though she's never asked about my findings or progress. Perhaps she, like everyone else involved in this case, has moved beyond the need for answers into the more comfortable realm of accepted uncertainty. The chair remains positioned 20 degrees off its original alignment. The clock continues displaying the correct time while its pendulum hangs motionless. The dust patterns will shift and change, erasing the evidence of minimal movement that once suggested recent presence. But the inverted question mark will remain, invisible to casual observation, marking the spot where someone once sat and planned something that I may never fully understand. A reminder that some mysteries are designed not to be solved, but to be lived with, carried forward as permanent questions that shape how we see the world around us. I drive away from the house knowing that I'll think about this case for years to come, not because it remains unsolved, but because it has taught me something about the nature of truth itself. Sometimes the most important stories are the ones we never quite manage to read completely, the narratives that remain forever just beyond our ability to decode them. The missing person may have found exactly what they were looking for, not escape, but transformation into something more elusive than physical presence. They became a question without an answer, a story without an ending, a chair turned 20 degrees toward possibilities that exist only in the space between what happened and what we think we remember. Story 10. The front gate stood partially open at the time of inspection. Initial observations revealed no alterations in the exterior, and interior items were arranged with meticulous precision. The blinds in the den were drawn tightly, blocking any natural light. A calendar on the wall displayed the previous month without a single date marked. The refrigerator emitted a faint hum, yet contained no perishable goods, only a solitary milk carton without an expiration date. The digital clock on the nightstand displayed an hour that wasn't plausible, given the shadows outside. No sign of forced entry was detected. All windows were locked securely. However, the faint aroma of fresh paint lingered in the main hallway, with no visible renovations. I keep coming back to that smell, the way it clung to my clothes afterward, settling into the fabric like a memory I couldn't shake. Paint has a particular sweetness when it's fresh, almost medicinal, but there were no brushes anywhere, no drop cloths, no cans tucked away in closets or under sinks. The milk carton bothers me more than it should. I opened it once just to see. The liquid inside moved wrong, too thick, like it had been sitting there for weeks, but the smell was neutral, almost nothing at all. She used to arrange things in perfect lines, salt and pepper shakers exactly 2 inches apart, books spine-aligned with military precision. I thought it was charming at first, the way her mind needed order. Now I wonder if it was something else entirely. The gate mechanism was old, one of those heavy iron things that requires deliberate effort to move. It doesn't swing on its own. Someone had to push it open and then walk away, leaving it suspended between invitation and warning. I dream about that hallway sometimes, the way my footsteps echoed differently in certain spots, as if the floor beneath had hollow spaces. During the inspection, I walked it 3 times, counting my steps, 27 from the front door to the kitchen entrance, always 27. The neighbor mentioned seeing lights at unusual hours. Not regular lights, she said, something that flickered like candles but electric. I asked her to describe the pattern, but she just shrugged and said it reminded her of Morse code, dots and dashes against the drawn blinds. That calendar haunts me, not just because it was wrong, but because of what wasn't there. No appointments, no birthdays circled, no grocery lists taped to the corner, just 30 blank squares staring back like empty windows. I found a receipt in the kitchen drawer, folded small and tucked behind the utility bills. Hardware store, paint remover, drop cloths, brushes. The items were circled in red ink, but there was no evidence they'd ever been used. The receipt felt soft, like it had been handled repeatedly. The digital clock read 3:47 when I first saw it. The shadows outside suggested early afternoon, maybe 1 o'clock. I stayed for 2 hours, taking notes, photographing angles. When I left, the clock still read 3:47. Batteries don't die that precisely. She called me once weeks before the inspection. Her voice sounded different, smaller somehow. She asked if I believed people could disappear without actually leaving. I told her that was impossible. Now I'm not so certain. The paint smell was strongest near the bedroom doorway. I ran my hand along the wall, looking for wet spots or texture changes. Everything felt normal, but my palm came away slightly tacky. Not wet exactly, more like the residue left by tape that's been removed. There were photographs on the mantel, but they were all turned face down. 7 frames in total, arranged in a perfect arc. I lifted one corner of the largest frame. The glass was clean, but there was nothing underneath, just the cardboard backing, pristine and unmarked. The milk carton's label was generic, the kind you see in discount stores. No brand name, just simple black text on white paper, but the text was slightly blurred, as if it had been printed on a home printer running low on ink. I keep thinking about the way she organized her closet, clothes arranged by color, then by length, hangers spaced exactly 1 inch apart, but there were gaps in the sequence, spaces where items should have been. The empty hangers remained, maintaining the pattern. The front gate's hinges were well-oiled despite their apparent age. They moved silently when I tested them, no squeaking or resistance. Someone had maintained them carefully recently, but the house felt abandoned, untouched. My partner thinks I'm obsessing over details that don't matter. He says houses feel strange when they're empty, that our minds fill silence with suspicion. But he wasn't there. He didn't smell that paint or see how the shadows fell wrong in every room. The refrigerator's hum had a rhythm to it, almost like breathing. I recorded it on my phone, played it back later at different speeds. Slowed down, it sounded almost like whispers, sped up like urgent tapping. She mentioned painting once months ago, said she was thinking of changing the color in her hallway, something warmer, she said, something that would make the space feel more alive. I told her beige was classic, safe. She laughed and said safety was overrated. The inspection took 4 hours, but it felt like minutes. Time moved strangely in that house, like the air itself was thick with waiting. I kept checking my watch, certain the hands were moving too slowly or too fast. There were no personal items in the bathroom. No toothbrush, no medications, no towels on the racks, but the mirror was spotless, recently cleaned. I could smell the glass cleaner underneath the paint fumes. The neighbor's story keeps changing. First she said the lights were white, then yellow, then blue. First they flickered every night, then just on weekends, then only when it rained. Memory is unreliable, but her certainty never wavered. I found myself returning to that house in my thoughts, walking through rooms that felt more familiar each time I remembered them. The layout made sense in my mind now, like a map I'd memorized, but I'd only been there once. The milk carton sits in evidence storage now, tagged and sealed. But sometimes I wonder if it's still humming in there, keeping time with some rhythm only it understands. The gate stands closed now, locked with a chain that wasn't there before, but I can still see it in my mind, hanging open like a question mark against the sky. And that smell, that sweet chemical smell, follows me home each night, settling into my dreams like paint soaking into wood.